Session of the regular city council meeting to order for September the 27th, and we are going into executive session under section 551.071, 1 and 2, and section 551.087, paragraph 1. And we will return when we're finished. We don't anticipate any vote coming out of that, out of that executive session. So.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be like a quick one or anything, because I was going to go.
And I'll call this regular session of the Greenville City Council to order at 6:05. And thank you for being here tonight. And we'll have the invocation by preaching minister Jimmy Hyde at Crestview Christian Church. Jimmy, please do that.
Let's all pray together. Father, Jehovah God, Heavenly Father, we praise you for all the good things you give, for the recent rains, and we need more moisture. Father, for the cooler weather. We pray for all the blessings that we enjoy in our area, the blessings of this meeting. We pray that you would be here and guide our mayor and our council members and all those who work behind the scenes to help Greenville be the best city it can be, Father. For Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we pray for your blessings on this effort, that we can be aware of these things, that we can do our part to make a difference. And Father, for all the efforts to make the city of Greenville grow and improve, we pray for your guidance, for your blessing. Help us to be a people who seek after you, and we love you and thank you for all that we enjoy. In your Son, then we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Please join me in the national Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Okay. We do have a presentation tonight. Are the representatives from WIN here? Presentation? Maybe they're outside? Okay, good. Thank you. Maybe we can talk into this mic. Thank you for being here. Thank you. This is a proclamation for domestic violence. Oh,
We have two more.
okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Let's get around it if we can. Proclamation for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas the crime of domestic violence violates the basic human rights of safety and dignity, and over 200 Texans lost their lives due to domestic violence in the past year. And whereas the problems of intimate partner, domestic, and team dating violence are not confined to any group of people, but across all economic, racial, gender, and social barriers. Whereas domestic violence is an abuse of power and a pattern of coercion and control of one person over another. And whereas 20 people will experience some form of domestic violence every 60 seconds. Now, therefore, the City Council urges all citizens to actively participate in the scheduled activities and programs sponsored by Women in Need and to work toward the elimination of intimate partner, domestic, and team dating violence. And so we're, on behalf of the City Council, I present this proclamation to you, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you so much.
Would you like to say anything?
We have a few goodies for y'all that I'll bring back, but we have some more goodie bags for y'all.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Thank you for the work you do in our community. Okay, you have in your agendas, if you have one tonight, there are placeholders for citizens to be heard and public testimony. Citizens that are being heard are invited to address the council on topics that are not already scheduled for public hearing or listed on the agenda. Public testimony occurs when citizens are invited to address the council on topics already on the agenda, which starts tonight with item 7A. So if you'd like to address the council on either of those issues, please complete a citizen comment card and submit it to the city secretary. Okay, are there citizens to be heard?
Richard Carter.
Yeah, I would defer and speak on 8C and 8D, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I missed mark that.
Joan Tice.
Who was it?
Joan, Teis.
I wanted to talk on, agenda 8C and D.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I do that now?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
I bet the rest of these are too.
You want to just scan them and see?
Thomas Enhart.
That was on items 8, C, and D, so. that'll be later.
Okay, you can come back at that time. Thank you.
Howard Winans.
I'm sure Howard wants to speak on that issue. I'll speak for him.
Terry Dresser.
Terry Dresser? Yes.
Deidre Mead.
Well, are you Mr. Dresser? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Deidre, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Deidre Mead, 414 Division Street, Greenville, Texas, 75401. I'd just like to say that a lot of the controversies stem from short-term planning versus long-term planning. For example, using a master plan versus waiver after waiver for zoning changes. I know your job is sometimes thankless. It is so important, and I thank you. Please tonight and all nights remember that you represent all the citizens of Greenville, not just your area and not just your area of interest. You are the long-range policymakers, and all decisions deserve due consideration, not the traditional, any development is better than no development, or we need to appease the developers because no one wants to come to Greenville. These are pervasive Greenville attitudes that do not go with long-term planning and planning such that we give to someone what Greenville can be. Please think beyond that mindset to what Greenville can be in more terms than financial. Quality of life and what the citizens desire is of equal importance. I encourage everyone here tonight, this is a large audience, to consider all of Greenville in the future. Please come out for all the deliberations of the various municipal boards and commissions. Some prior decisions, ordinances, etc., contributed to the controversy of the meetings, especially tonight. Good planning takes years of long-term consideration and great effort from concerned citizens. So I applaud everyone that's here. I hope we see them more often. As always, keep the green in Greenville. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other citizens to be heard?
Everybody who marked citizens to be heard also marked the 2 items for Altura.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I may be mistaken.
Okay, okay. I'd like to ask the audience, would anyone like to speak and citizens to be heard? Items not scheduled for public hearing are not on the agenda. Nobody, Steve? Okay. Well, then we'll move on to item 6A, which is consideration and action on an ordinance on a request by Kevin Webb for a change in zoning from Ag District to Single Family District 2, is property located at 1805 Jack Finney Boulevard. Steve?
Yes, sir. This is a zoning change, as you said, from agriculture to, I don't even have a mouse. Agriculture to single family 2. It would be approximately 227 new homes built there. These are SF2 lots, which are 9,000 square foot. It runs from 1570 down to about halfway on that property. What you see there is pretty close to what it is. It does not go all the way to Bethel. In the future, we will end up building Rowan Parkway all the way to Bethel. That'll be four-lane roadway that will be built by the developer on this. Should make a nice road, and there is a tie-in to Cheltenham there that will happen. I sent out 38 property owner letters to persons within 200 foot and over 200 foot, and I got 41 responses back that were opposed to the zoning change. I took this item to Planning and Zoning Commission last Monday night, and they recommended approval by a vote of 7-2 to approve the zoning change. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Steve?
Steve, what was the majority of the folks that you said did not like or disapproved the?
I think the majority of the opposition I got was the tie-through to Cheltenham Place. There were a few that would have liked to seen SF1, but by far the major opposition was the tie into Cheltenham.
Other questions? If not, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone would like to speak in opposition to this zoning request?
Deidre Mead.
Okay.
Wait, for?
No, opposition.
Deidre Mead, 414 Division, Greenville, Texas, 75401. Larger lots are desired everywhere. We're not going to get them everywhere, but they are desired. But especially for this development, it's a development, it's got a lot of exposure to major thoroughfares. If you want larger lots, do not approve SF2, hold out for SF1, and a good plan with enforceable agreements. There's absolutely no rush to develop a poorly planned development that are designed only to maximize the developer profits over long-term quality of life for us citizens. Greenville and the citizens here have to live with these decisions for the rest of our life, as do you. Please make a long-term decision that truly benefits Greenville and its citizens, who you represent. Make Greenville a place people want to move to and embrace. Roofs for revenue is not the only criteria you should consider. It's simply one of them. Please table this decision and give the developer a chance to come back with SF1 and behind-the-scenes negotiations are not transparent and make too many people question. And I know you guys work hard, and I know the other commissions work hard, and I know very few people come to see that work. But if you keep these things transparent, people will trust you more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mead. Okay. Would anyone else like to come forward and address, who is opposed to this zoning request? Speak. There being no one opposed, are there people that would like to speak in favor of this request? There being none, I'll close the public hearing. What is the pleasure of the council? I'm sorry, is there someone?
Can you speak into your microphone better? It's hard to hear.
Well, it's right here. I don't know what's going on. It's on and working. I'm sorry, I'll try to speak a little louder if you'd like. Okay. As I understand, there's no one who wants to speak in opposition. No one else wants to speak in opposition to this zoning request. Is there anyone would like to speak in favor of this? If there is no one, I will close the public hearing. What is the pleasure of the council regarding this zoning request?
Pleasure.
Huh?
There's no pleasure.
Yeah.
That's the wrong question.
Is there a motion? Yes. Steve? You get Steve in here?
Sorry, Steve, I just wanted to take another look at the map real quick.
Okay, is that? Is that other one up there? The other
The second
concept?
one. He
Yeah,
wants to
there you
look
go.
at the plat, I think.
We're not to the plat yet.
Check.
This is the
Mine seems to
this
work.
concept plan for the SF2 zoning is what you're looking at right now.
Check.
Which did you want to look at?
Can you move it on down? This one or the other one?
Did you have a question, Mr. Thomas? Oh, we wanted to say it again. Okay. Is there a motion by the council to approve this zoning request? Yes, it was. Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please vote. And the zoning request passes 6-1. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item 7A, consideration and action on an ordinance authorizing capital improvement projects for a $3 million bond. Summer.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We'll get GP up here. I know the last time we met, we gave you guys a list of capital improvement projects. You charged us as staff to go back and bundle and see what we could bundle, put into a bond up to an amount of $3 million, either at 20 years or 30 years. And so we went back and talked with our financial advisor, Stephen Adams, which he's here if you have any questions on another item. But GP and I, so we've got those debt numbers from Stephen Adams. We've built that into the worksheet. And so what we'll present before you here now, once GP gets it pulled up, is what we were able to include either on the budget side of things, which would be on the M&O side, or on the INS side, and what fits in. So what everybody can see up here now is that's the entire list that we gave you guys last time. How it's broken out, to the very far left column is going to be the pay-as-you-go items. Then you have your 15 to 20 year lifespan items, 10 to 15 year lifespan items, and then on the very far right is going to be your 5 to 10 year. Those are just estimates. Those aren't written in stone. That's what we came up with when we went back to staff. Everything that you see there in green is included either on the M&O side or on the INS side. So everything with the exception of those three on the very far right column that are grayed out, those are not included. So that's the only three items that are not included in this proposal that we're proposing to you tonight. What you see that's highlighted in the yellow portion is funded by the M&O side. Those are your maintenance side, so like the pay-as-you-go, we left that in. That's something that we're going to propose to you every year. And then on the very far, most of what's on the very far right in the 5 to 10 year lifespan, that's what we put on the M&O side. We didn't feel like we should put those 5 to 10 year lifespans on a 20-year bond. That just doesn't make sense. And so the Rocket Reader Library, that's 10 to 15 years. You could argue that would last a little longer just depending on the wear and tear. And then the cemetery management software. We did verify, and then everything that you see that's highlighted in blue will go on the CO bond that we'll bring back to you guys for the future, for future approval. So every single thing that's in the blue will be on the actual bond. So that came out to a little over, right at $2.9 million in there. So that gives us some wiggle room in case prices change between now and 3, 4, 5, 6 months from now when we actually do these projects. So that gave us, prices will fluctuate. Some of these, we also looked at staff back in January, February mark. We go back and we prioritize all of our capital programs. So we went back to those rankings and tried to fill in what we needed to get done, based on the ranking. Luckily, we were able to get everything in with the exception of those three items on the very far right there. So that's a starting point for all the capital items. That's where, we can shift any of this anywhere that you need it to be. We did verify with Stephen Adams, our financial advisor, that all of this stuff could be put into, all the stuff that we have in the bond right here could be put into a bond. There's some things that have changed in that aspect, but all of this is able to be put into the bond. And so if there's any kind of changes, so in doing all of this, GP, if you want to pull up the next spreadsheet. So this is including all of this debt, all of this CIP here. This is now how our budget worksheet looks like. The INS number up there on the very top left has been updated, as well as when you shifted the tax rate, the M&O was updated as well. So if you'll look down kind of the fourth box down on the left, which it says budget and target fund balance, those are now our proposed revenues, proposed expenditures. There's our balance. We moved our balance up from 17% up to 18% because we were able to do that Over on the far right, you'll see initially, we included a 5% merit raise. You guys instructed us to do a 7%, so we included that in there. And then all of those items listed that I highlighted in yellow on that other sheet are on here in addition to the personnel changes. So with all of that said, we are over our target by $175,000. So that's where we stand right now. We can move anything, excuse me, in and out of that or make any changes to the fund balance or anything like that that you would like to see as far as the CIP goes. So we'll be happy to answer any questions.
So you're 170,000 over the target.
Correct.
Right.
Over our
Fund
target,
balance,
which is
okay.
18% of the proposed
That gets us
expenditures.
to 18%. Right.
Correct. So we were able to move that from 17, we were 17 last year, and we were able to move that back up to 18, which our target is typically between 15 and 25%. We typically try to get to the 20% target.
So this is a recommendation of the staff that these items be included in that 2.9 million.
Correct.
2.935 or whatever.
Correct.
It is. Okay. Any questions, council?
One of the. Hear me okay? All right. One of the items, yeah, go back to the other slide here. One of the items we talked about before and have declined to fund was the Bearcat. And so I'm curious now why that is in this list and really truly what the need is.
I can't remember off the top of my head what the matrix when we scored it. We scored everything. So what I do with staff in the January, February timeframe is I tell them, okay, give me everything, all your needs for CIP. Then we sit down as a group and we go through it for probably 3, 4, 5 days, depending on how long it takes. And then we prioritize that based on revenues, based on use, based on cost, based on service to the citizens. So it has a whole matrix of things. And so when we went back and looked at that, I think, and I don't remember, but I think it netted out to be a 3, 1 being your highest, obviously. And so it was a 3. So it fit in there. It wasn't down at the very bottom of the list. Obviously, it's going to last a lot longer because it doesn't get used a lot. And so that's the reason. And also, too, council last meeting instructed us to include everything that include police and fire. So we included everything that was police and fire, too. So we looked at all of those items, and that's why. That's the main reason it's in there. I mean, that's something we wouldn't have to buy probably for another at least 15, 20 years, just because the hours you don't put on those very often.
These are smaller projects that we had scheduled over a period of probably 3 or 4 years, many of them that were long-term. Most of them involved some kind of had a long lifespan. And I think it was the council's decision to bundle these up and try to get them done at the current interest rates at the current cost before they cost more in future years.
Sure, correct.
That was kind of our feeling about that, thereby saving the citizens money. So that was it. And as I believe Steve in his briefing last meeting said, a number of cities are using this same strategy to take care of their projects also.
Well, the cost is obviously one of the biggest factors, and then your lead times. I mean, lead times are just getting longer and longer, and then as your lead times get longer, then your cost goes up as well. So those are a couple of factors, I think, why those other cities would be doing the same exact thing. And the debt service didn't affect the INS in a too dramatic way where we'll still be able to have capacity in the future if we needed it, or if council decided to in the future. And so we'll come back to you guys when we sell those COs, and then we'll be able to pay that debt for the 20 years. We can pay the debt off early. It doesn't have to go out to the 20 years if we don't want it to, or future councils do not want it to. You can pay that off early. If interest rates changes, if the market changes, we've done that, in the past. A couple of years ago when the rates were really low, we were able to refinance some things and save money. So all those factors can happen.
Okay, are there any further questions before I ask for public testimony regarding this? If there are none, I will, does anyone like to speak? Do we have anyone who'd like to speak either in favor of or opposed to these issues? Yes, Mr. Morris, come forward.
Wayne Morris, 5600 Vale Street, Greenville. Want to just make a few comments on this Bearcat tactical vehicle. When the draft budget first came out, I made some comments on it, private, personal, and public. I see it jumped from $250,000 to $300 and some change. That's a waste of money. We don't need it. We do not need it. When's the last time we needed a tactical vehicle? You know, the one the county got on a freebie, AMRAP, saw daylight one time. The only time this thing will be used is in parades. We've got other things with a higher priority that we could spend money on. I know the boys like their toys, and believe me, I back the blue, but this just is wasteful expense, in my opinion. And I'm sure shared by others. That needs to come out, and something more important needs to go in if we're going to spend the money. Thank you.
Okay.
Dave Dreiling, 1016 Dreiling Lane, Greenville, Texas. Appreciate the council's plan to discuss all these items at the meeting, but it would be good if it's very hard to read it on the screen, the size of the print. And I'd request that this agenda item be moved and voted on at the next council meeting, but publish this so that the citizens can read what's there, because we can't read it on the screen. Thank you.
Okay. Is that all the comments? Anyone? Okay. That's all the cards on this item. So I'll close the public testimony. What is the pleasure of the council regarding this issue? Is there a motion? Okay, do you want to substitute anything in its place from that list? Okay.
No, it'll just reduce the amount of COs.
It'll make the CO about 2.6 million, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, are you making a motion in that regard?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Okay. A motion and a second. Please vote. And it passes unanimously. Moving on to item 7B, consideration and action on the ordinance authorizing payments for necessary right-of-way and associated easements for the construction of Roy Warren Parkway from Traders Road. Press.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. This is for the Roy Warren project that we have underway right now. With the help of Mr. Randy Tarpley, we're able to negotiate with all the property owners, secure all the necessary easements and right-of-way for the construction of this road. And so that's what we have in front of you tonight, is the amount of money we're having to pay for these easements and right-of-way, and we're asking for approval of this.
Okay. Any questions for press regarding this issue? Okay, thank you. I'll open the public testimony. Is there anyone like to speak either in favor of, or did you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. Anyone like to speak in favor of or opposition to this issue?
Rick Tubb.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Rick Tubb. I'm an attorney with the firm of Billings and Tubb in Dallas at 8226 Douglas Avenue, Suite 648. Our law firm has represented Larry Ellis and his companies since the beginning of their Greenville land purchases and development several years ago. Ellis Estates, an 83-acre tract, was zoned and platted over 2 years ago with 218 larger SF2 lots. With the approval of the road bond and construction of the extension of Dent Road, also known as Roy Warren Parkway, my client, Mr. Ellis, as well as other landowners in the new road, as this gentleman just said, has negotiated easement agreements with the city. The proposed ordinance is perfectly clear that Triple E Development shall receive $10,000, but we want to clarify on the record, please, that Triple E, as part of the negotiated easement agreement, shall also receive 2 concrete entrances from the new road into Ellis Estates, a water connection, and a sewer stub out for Ellis Estates, all of which are shown on the road construction plans. It's just that that's not specified in the ordinance. The ordinance does refer to certain proposed agreements by and between the city of Greenville and landowners, but it only really specifies the financial disbursements. So we just wanted to get some clarification on the record, if we could, please, that those items are part of. Now, Phase 1 of Ellis Estates, which enters off of Farm FM 1570, will be complete in January of 2023. Currently, homes are selling in the $400,000 to $500,000 range. The Ellis family has 200 remaining lots in Ellis Estates to develop. So we want to get that one point of clarification, if we could.
That can be done with a resolution. In the resolution, you can make a resolution to accept 8 or 7B and incorporate all of those agreements into the terms of the resolution.
Okay.
So will that suffice?
That would be satisfactory to us. Thank you.
Can you give us the language on that?
We have agreed to this. We do have it on the construction plans. In fact, I did a memorandum of understanding with Mr. Ellis today, outlining where these entrances would be and outlining all of that for the record.
Okay. Thank
So
you for
we
that
are in agreement with it.
clarification. And we'll, so would anyone else like to speak in favor of or opposition to this item? So we'll wait. I'll close the public testimony. What is the pleasure of the council? As soon as we can get the language for the ordinance.
Testing.
They were all memorandums of understanding of all those properties.
The agreement with Mr. Ellis was exactly as was stated by the attorney. And the city did agree to do all of the items that were mentioned, and that was specific to that property.
We have easements with all the property owners, and that's what we brought this to. They've all signed right of entry. They have signed right of entry for us, so we can continue with the project. As soon as we have this approved by council, we can get the checks, then they will sign all the easement documents for us. So it's first step we have to do. We have copies of all the easements. As soon as they're signed, Daniel, what do you need from us to put in there?
So that one was an MOU. Were they all written agreements?
Yes.
Okay. Randy?
No, they were not written agreements, they were verbal agreements that the city authorized me to make.
Okay.
But we supplied actual easement documents for the homeowners to review, to sign.
I understand that.
Okay.
Have those documents been signed? I'm trying to write the wording of the resolution.
They will be signed upon receival of their checks.
So there's no question about the terms
No.
that are going to be in there. The terms are gonna- okay.
That's correct.
Written anywhere?
Sir?
Are the terms written anywhere?
Yes. These were documents that were prepared. I think, Daniel, you did review most of them that went out. We've been negotiating this now for several months with these homeowners and residents.
All right. Who wants to make this motion?
I'll make it.
Says, I move that item 7B be approved with the incorporated terms
for the various agreements approving sales of the easements and rights of way by owners adjacent to Roy Warren Parkway.
We're gonna work on your handwriting.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so I move that item 7B be approved with the incorporated terms of the various agreements approving sales of the easements and right-of-ways by owners adjacent to the Roy Warren Parkway.
Motion, is there a second? There's a motion and a second.
DJ.
I'll second.
DJ, please vote. And it passes unanimously. Thank you for pointing that out to us tonight. Okay, we'll move on to item 8A, consideration and action on a resolution related to the City of Greenville, Texas Electric System Revenue Bond Series 2022. Is Alicia Price Hooks there? Come forward. Hello, Alicia. And I just want to say, while she's coming up here, talk a little bit about GUS. I know our utility rates currently this month are 3 cents lower than the North Texas average, and in October with some fuel adjustment charges, they'll be 2 cents less than the North Texas average. During Winter Storm Uri, we were complimented by the governor of Texas for the way we handled that storm and the few outages that we had. And we have excellent reliability. There are a number of reliability measures in the industry. The IEEE has one that has 4 different reliability indexes, and we're in the top 10% consistently every year in, year out. And just a simpler way to look at that is our reliability is 99.99% all the time. And that is a significant issue. So I just want to compliment Juice as you come here to speak on that.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the council, the resolution in front of you tonight is to approve Juice capital improvement bonds. These are revenue bonds that have been approved by the Juice Board for projects that were presented to them for approval. This is transmission distribution projects, and all the projects included in the bond funding have a 25-year or longer asset life. And Stephen Adams is here. He's also our financial advisor, so if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer those.
Are there any questions for Alicia? Are there any questions?
I have a question. How much of these capital improvement programs are oriented toward increases in capacity?
So the
Distribution capacity, I mean.
Okay. Well, part of it's distribution, part of it's transmission. So the bulk of this bond issuance is really for a substation upgrade for Industrial Park West. Well, Industrial Park substation, but it's located by Industrial Park West out by 380. That substation is critical as a backup for Industrial Park for all of our commercial and industrial customers. So with that upgrade, we will double the capacity of the substation there. That'll be the third project we've done. It's a 2-year project, so this bond funds half that. Also, a lesser amount is distribution line expansion. I mean, we build those projects in per all the planned developments that are on the books and areas that we see a need for increased capacity.
So
But the
most of this-
substation determines the capacity available for distribution.
So this substation in Industrial Park West is going from what size to what size?
It's going from, I believe it's a 20 MVA now, and it's going to a 56 MVA. That's our new standard. And just for example, I mean, we have substations on the system. When we replaced LTV substation, transformer, it was 54 years old. But the expected asset life is about 40 years. And so you're planning 40 years into the future when you size these. That substation also has capacity for a second transformer. And our transformers that we're installing are dual winding. So when we do upgrade the system to 138 kV, we'll be able to serve that voltage without changing out the transformer. So we are future-proofing these substation upgrades.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Price? Okay, Steve, would you like to address any of this?
Only if you have any questions.
Are there questions for Steve? If not, thank you very much. So I'll open this up for public testimony. Is anyone here? Thank you very much for being here tonight. Is there anyone who would like to speak either in favor of this or opposed to this resolution in 8A? You have no cards. There being no one, what is the pleasure? I'll close the public testimony. What is the pleasure of the council? Okay.
Second.
Motion is second. Please vote. And it passes unanimously. Item 8B, consideration and action on a resolution amending the City of Greenville Employee Handbook policy related to nepotism. Sherry Wells. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, here I am, Mayor, Council. Thank you. Basically, I'm bringing in front of you our particular item out of our personnel handbook related to nepotism. And the reason I'm bringing it to you is I need y'all's approval on this resolution to amend the current nepotism policy for the City of Greenville, allowing for more clarity and simplification in the verbiage. It will help all departments in hiring, but specifically for the fire and police with regards to the number of openings that we have. Our current policy is very confusing and it's very outdated. So we are asking for your permission to update it and allow us an opportunity to help with our hiring crisis that we have.
A question for Ms. Wells on this issue? Thank you.
All right.
I did want to ask a quick
Okay.
question. Could you characterize the upgrades to this policy? You're saying it's outdated, but could you tell us what the change does in a summary kind of way?
In a summary kind of way, basically the policy outlines a lot clearer with regards to the number who can be hired. I also have a graph that is a lot easier to understand with what's currently in the policy manual. The policy manual has kind of a listing in it, and you have to kind of match up if there's any problems with the possible hiring. This particular thing has been adopted by other cities that is a lot clearer, putting it into a graph that helps you easy to understand where your ability to hire and not hire. The policy also will help people understand that they can't work in the same department and be managed by the same person. Whereas that's listed in the current policy, but it's buried in the policy.
So would it be fair to say that the new policy would be a little bit less restrictive?
A little bit less restrictive and a lot easier to understand and interpret.
Okay.
It's not less restrictive on the degrees of sanguinity. The problem with the current policy is that it says second degree of sanguinity, but the way it's defined is actually third degree of sanguinity. So currently it doesn't even match up with state law or the way that state law has interpreted those two terms, which has led to problems because when you define it the wrong way and you go out 3 degrees, that's a huge group.
Yeah, it's everybody in town.
Well, for you.
Okay, are there any other questions? If they're not, I'll open up this item. 8B for public testimony. Does anyone like to speak either in favor of or opposition to this item? Have no one? Okay. I'll close the public testimony. What is the pleasure of the council regarding this item 8B?
I make a motion to approve.
That is motion. I'll second. Second, please vote. Thank you very much. Item 8C, consideration and action on a resolution approving an Altura Forest Ridge Development Agreement. And I just want to speak on this briefly, give a little history of it. Altura originally proposed a SF3 development which, as you know, I think about 72% of our lots here are already SF3. I think both the planning and zoning, as well as the city council, feels that there are enough of those in the community. So that was pulled from the P&Z, and we asked Altura to consider SF3 or SF2 development to change to SF2. And that's the zoning that we approved tonight. So I want to say that we didn't finish. We were in executive session meeting on this tonight, and I think the council is very committed to resolving this issue. But we're going to meet again for an executive session for just a few minutes, and then we'll come out and address this issue. So please, I apologize for that. We're going to talk for just a minute, and we'll be back. So thank you very much. Having some problems with the sound system. Can you hear me in the back of the room? Anybody cannot? Can't out there either?
It's worse out there. Not yet.
Can we quiet down out in the hallway? Can we quiet down in the hallway?
That's better. I think you might need to hold your mic.
Okay, I'll hold my mic. Okay, back in session. I will, we're going to change the order of these resolutions, and I'm going to call Resolution 8D, consideration and action on a resolution approving a preliminary plat for Forest Ridge Estates at 1805 Jack Finney Boulevard. Daniel Wright, you want to introduce this item?
I'm going to talk. I'm going to move back over here so it's not feedback. All right, this is an appeal of a plat that was denied last Monday. To item 6A, went through planning and zoning, it was denied, and Altura, who filed the plat, sent an appeal to the city secretary and to community development. That is why it's on the agenda tonight. Basically, the law in Texas has dramatically changed related to approval of plats in the past couple of years. They removed a lot of city authority to do much, but there are a couple of cases, one specifically that came out just this year that was very similar to this. And the Supreme Court in that case made it very clear that the approval of a plat is what they call a ministerial duty. If the person who files a plat complies with state law and complies with local law through the zoning ordinance and the other applicable law, the council either has to approve it or they have to state in writing with specificity the statute or an ordinance that that the proposed plat violates. This has been reviewed. This plat that's up in front of the council tonight has been approved, has been reviewed by community development, by Steve Methvin's office, and the the city engineer. I've reviewed it as well. It appears to meet the statutes and legal demands that are in city code and state law. And so if you're going to deny this, we have to provide specific statutes or ordinances that are the basis for the council's disapproval.
There's some feedback from the minds and say. Are there any questions for Mr. Ray for the council? I'm sorry, Craig. Thank you. It's okay. Yeah. Are there, okay.
So Daniel, just to restate, what you're saying is that unless there's something illegal about the plat, that we are obligated to approve it.
That's correct. I mean, you have to point out what is illegal with it, with specificity, pointing out the specific code or law that it violates. That was a law passed in 2019 and became effective right at 2 years ago.
Okay, is there a representative from Altura that would like to come speak regarding this issue?
Evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Art Anderson, 2728 North Hartwood. I represent the applicant. We basically agree with the legal analysis by Mr. Ray. We do lots of land use cases and lots of plats, both administratively and unfortunately we've had to litigate some as well. That is the law as the courts see it all the way up to the Texas Supreme Court. And so since the plat does comply with all the requirements, we request that the council go ahead and follow the statute and the case law and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions for Mr. Jones?
Thank you.
Okay, I will open public testimony on this item 8D. Are there anyone like to speak in favor or in opposition to this issue? Please state your name and address. Thank you. Okay, okay.
Craig Black.
Craig Black has been called.
Batter up. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if what Mr. Ray is describing as the law is the law, then we don't need city councils and we don't need planning and zoning commissions. I don't believe and I don't agree that that is the law. The whole point of to rule on what's right and best for their city. Now, if that means a lawsuit, well, then that means a lawsuit. But I don't agree that you are here just as puppets with no power or discretion of your own. That's just not right. You know, at this point, what we know from Altura, from their representative last week when this plat failed unanimously in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Not a single vote in favor of this plat. What we know from that experience is that Altura indicated at that hearing that they did not have any problem turning those 3 lots, that they had no particular need for Cheltenham. So I would submit to you that Altura is not going to file a lawsuit over this. They don't care if Cheltenham is opened. And that's our main opposition to this plat. If you turn the 3 lots that are numbered, I think it's 116, 117, and 118, to the west and close Cheltenham, which is what everybody here wants to have happen, and we've said so for months, then you're done, because Altura has already indicated that they didn't really have any opposition to that. And they said that the only reason they could see Cheltenham working out was for the purpose of traffic going from the new subdivision to L3, because they thought they'd have a lot of employees there. I see I'm out of time.
Did you represent the homeowners in that area?
I represent.
Would you like some more time to make your point, or do you feel I might grant you some more time? What is that saying? Oh.
Having trouble. Sorry. I haven't. Sorry.
Okay,
Apologize.
since you're the attorney for the homeowners group that you represent, I'll grant you some more time if you need it. Please be brief. Okay, thank you.
The fact that this plan was brought forward tonight, a week after being unanimously rejected, is really an insult to the P&Z. Why do we have a P&Z if we're not going to pay attention to the conclusions that they've drawn? Why can we not address the issues? We've heard 3 different. I'm sorry. Is it? Did we hit it? Hello? There it went. I moved my paper. Thank you. We've heard various explanations for why Cheltenham needs to be opened up. We heard that nobody really will come in and out of Cheltenham or Hunter's Run as a result of it being tied to Roy Warren. We've heard from the developer, Altura, that they are going to expect that might be traffic flow out of the new subdivision through to L3, because they expected a lot of homeowners in the subdivision to be at L3. And we've heard lastly that and this was for the first time, we heard this, it was in the city's proposed development plan, which we'll consider in a little while, that it's designed to take traffic congestion off of Old Mill Road. So we've heard a number of different explanations, none of which are consistent with the circumstance. And as we presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission last week, the Hunter's Run neighborhood is self-contained. It doesn't have sidewalks. It has elderly streets that need some upgrades. And it is completely residential, unlike Bethel, which goes out and ties into 34. It is a strictly residential neighborhood. Anything that upsets the balance, either from one side or the other, is going to change that dynamic. Nobody here is attempting to oppose the creation of Roy Warren Parkway or its extension to Bethel once the rest of that land is acquired. We're fine with that. We just don't want Hunter's Run to be attached. And there's a precedent for this. There was a road that was supposed to be built in Hunter's Run, this is 20-something years ago, called, I believe it was an extension of Regent's Lane that was going to tie into Westminster. The developers, who I think were Mr. Jones and Mr. Garrett, determined to make a cul-de-sac there, which they did. And if you ever wondered why there's a really wide space between Craig Smith's house and his neighbor, it's because the right-of-way that had been preserved by the city initially was later abandoned, and I think quit claim to those two homeowners. We feel very, very strongly that the opening of Cheltenham will change the character, the dynamic, the comfort level, and the value of that neighborhood. We're fine with the single-family 2 development by Altura. And from what Altura told the Planning and Zoning Commission last week, they're fine with, essentially, with the road being closed. I'm even given to understand that they may have prepared a plat that showed the road closed with those 3 lots turned. I think that at this point in time, that it is important to preserve the character of the neighborhood while also managing to create the development. That's the benefit that everybody gets. And I could go on, but I think I've hit most of the points that I need to make. And already I thank the mayor and the council for giving me the extra time to make a few extra points. We would ask that this plat be rejected by the people's representatives.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
Henry Black.
Henry Black. Is this not working at all?
I'm Henry Black. That guy came in here just said about what I had to say. So I'm not going to take a whole lot of your time. It is, and I seen Ms. Washington out there the other day. I didn't know it was her. Talking to Mary, my wife, and I wished I got on out and met her. But I appreciated someone coming out and looking at the situation. It just makes you feel good. She came out and she looked at it on the ground and talked to Mary. We were right there on the end of Cheltenham. And so I hadn't got much more to say than Craig does, other than the neighborhood is really unique. And it's been that way. People got there. I've been there 26 years. And it's evolved into people come from other neighborhoods to walk. We have a whole spectrum of people in there, young people with babies, and they make the route around. That's a half a mile around the oval. And any additional traffic is a negative, because of the way the road runs and everything. It's a negative. Safety-wise, it's a negative. And right now, Westminster, we come on in off of Westminster. It's one way in and one way out. When you come in, you got to make the circle and go out. That's safety. We feel really safe in there. And we've had access. Someone mentioned about emergency vehicles, and we've been there, like I said, 26 years. I've seen every emergency vehicle that Gringle's got come in there sometime or the other. No problem at all. If there was a problem, I wish they'd have told me a few years ago. But really, that's all I was going to talk about what the great neighborhood it is. It's very unique, and well, gosh, it's evolved. It's where we live. It's our neighborhood.
Henry, your
And
time's up.
I thought I was going to be quick.
No.
Thank you.
Richard
Harold.
Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. First off, I want to thank you for allowing us to take a few minutes and talk about our issue and our opportunity and your opportunity to make some positive change in our community. I've sent several emails to you all. Hope you all had the chance to address those and read those. I want to just quickly summarize the issue, and I think our issue has been very well spoken to by Mr. Black, but I want to reiterate a couple of things. First, I think there still remain deficiencies in this plan to route traffic from this new large developments, which is a 230, 40, or 250 home housing subdivision into a relatively small neighborhood. You're making a big fish swim through a small stream, and that's a big concern of mine. Also, if you've driven in our neighborhood, you know that the roads are in poor shape. So if this does occur, as Mr. Ray says it must, then we better see some material upgrades in our roads because they are in very poor shape. If they end up on Old Mill Road, if you've driven Old Mill Road, you know that, as I explained in my emails, it is an extremely narrow country-style road, has no shoulders, has ditches on either side, has what some people call a one-dog bridge, where you've got to pass very carefully and slow, and adding more traffic, 50 to 100 vehicles a day on that is just it's a dangerous situation, and we're looking for trouble. So here again, if we have to go forward with this per Mr. Ray, then we better see a material upgrade in Old Mill Road to something that suits the traffic that is going to traverse that area and into this very, very small neighborhood. I also want to just thank P&Z. Okay, thank P&Z for their work, and I do hope that you follow their recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bonnie Dooley.
No.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Slimmons Dooley. I live at 9809 Hunters Run. Thank you very much for your time today. I moved here in 1972 at age 15 after my dad's Air Force career. 4 of those years, the last 4, he was serving in Vietnam. 50 years later, I'm still here and have lived in every district in this town in 6 different homes. My husband and I almost moved to a lakefront home in Rockwall in 1990, but we found a beautiful wooded natural lot in Hunters Run, and we selected Greenville. Ours was one of only 9 homes built in Greenville that year. For over 6 months, my neighborhood has tried to work with Greenville leaders to understand what was happening in the land and woods next door. In addition to traffic and safety concerns, is a deep concern over the blighted condition of many homes here in Greenville. Through the last 40 years, many Greenville residents have moved away to Rockwall or the country and left the rest of us to clean up the mess. None of the proceeds from this sale will benefit Greenville. Altura is a Dallas area builder and profiting off of Greenville. The profit from the landowners, now Dallas residents, that I went to high school with, and builders will be headed to communities west of here. Maybe they'll get another light on the bridge there. This in no way honors the citizens who've stayed, created a nice neighborhood. It honors those who had the ability to buy land back in the day. This doesn't put dollars back in our community, and it doesn't help with the blight. Please vote no to this plat to pay builders to build in a beautiful natural area where people want to live, especially since, according to the Dallas Morning News, more and more people will be moving to Texas, and that means Greenville. Vote yes to a safe and good community that is open to citizens. Thank you.
Timothy Dooley.
Who did you call? Who did you call?
Timothy Dooley.
Okay. Timothy Dooley.
Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing us to speak and voice our concerns about this development. As my wife just said, I live at 9809 Hunters Run. We've been there for 32 years. I'm sure you've read all the letters, heard the concerns about all of the traffic that we're afraid is going to come through our neighborhood. I know some people on the council probably don't think there's going to be a lot of traffic, but if you've ever tried to get out on 1570 in the morning, it will back up. People will look for an egress out of that neighborhood to, if they're running late, they're trying to get to L3, they're trying to get to school, whatever. There are an awful lot of people that walk their dogs, ride their bikes. I mean, it's constant in this neighborhood. It's a very quiet neighborhood with very little traffic. We have no sidewalks. We have no accessible park, and our roads are really pretty bad. So unless there's going to be a lot of investment in our neighborhood and Old Mill, it simply will not handle the traffic. It's already, Old Mill is a speedway some mornings already, and it's a very dangerous situation even as it is. So I would encourage you to please have them go back, redraw this plat, and please shut off Chettleham so we don't have those problems in our neighborhood. Thank y'all for listening.
Thank you.
Laura Funk.
Laura Funk.
Hello, everybody. Laura Funk, 9805 Hunters Run. I have also emailed all of you. I flooded you with spreadsheets and all kinds of numbers and things like that. I actually really want to thank Ms. Washington for coming to our neighborhood to walk around and check it out. And it really meant a lot to all of us, even though we didn't get to meet her, but thank you so much for taking it so seriously. We've been fighting this for 6 months. It is a special neighborhood to us, and what I was appealing to you was appealing to your logic and reason that putting a road through our loop, zigzagging for people to get in or out through there, it is illogical, it's inefficient, and again, we have like 14 children living on that loop right now. And some of them are itty bitty. They're learning to ride their bikes, they're walking their dogs. There's one family that has 4 and they're all, kind of bicycling together. I mean, people come there on Halloween to bring their kids to a safe place to trick or treat. It happens every year. It's such a sweet and special place. And to open this up to this vast development, it just is illogical. It doesn't make sense. And you talk a lot about health and safety with regard to the 8C, which we're going to talk about next. This is anything but health and safety. Opening that road is anything but health and safety. And I wrote down what Mr. Winters said at the P&Z meeting. He said, quote, "We are open to other options. We are open to not connecting to that road, Cheltenham. We can modify this plan. Altura will not have any problems not connecting that street. So please, send this back and get them to figure out something else. Thank you."
Thank you, Mr. Funk.
Jerome Fruget.
Who next?
Jerome Fruget. Please hold your
Jerome.
applause.
Can you hear me in the back? Oh, here.
Wrong guy?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, they said
Yeah.
Vic.
No, they said
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jerome Frugier. I live at 1301 Steeplechase Lane. Unlike everyone else, I've only been there for 5 years. I used to live at the other end of Old Mill Road, and I chose to move up into the city limits. One, because the place is secure. One way in, one way out. Criminals don't come there. Two, it's a quiet neighborhood. We all get along, we know all of our neighbors, we get out, we meet, we talk with everyone. Being that I live, everyone talks about Old Mill Road, terrible road. I've seen people die on that road. We had a car go through a ditch into a house not too long, several years ago, and killed a young girl. I looked today, coming home from work, I work at L3. It's a one-lane road twice a week, trash day. You can't get up and down that road. Can't happen. You have to stop and wait because the trash cans are in the road. Being that also that I work at L3, we, people in that community that work with me, drive down Bethel Road since it's opened up and go to and from L3 because they don't want to deal with the traffic that's out there on 1570. It's going to happen still. Nothing's going to change. Those people are going to come right through our neighborhood. Don't do this. There's an alternative plan. There's the other neighborhoods being built. I watched them go up one lane at the beginning when that project was done in phase 1. Phase 2 come in, they opened it up later. We can do the same thing here. Open it up later all the way to Bethel. Keep our community close. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Funk. Thank you.
Did you say?
Yes.
Okay, just making
Yes.
sure. I had a couple false calls.
Well.
I'm Nick Funk. I'm a 9805 Hunters Run, and I speak against the plat. This is one of those times where I spoke of quality of life during the P&Z meeting, and what I speak today here is more of trust. What we had at the P&Z meeting, especially after James Evans spoke, we had what we thought was a win-win situation. The SF2 was a compromise on the part of the residents. We wanted SF1. But if the developer was willing to bend, we were also willing to bend. So we said we would not oppose SF2, provided Altura would not go through Cheltenham, which they said they had no problem avoiding that. I feel like kind of a bait and switch when I come up and find that there's a law that would oppose automatically going through with the plat, and I'd have to defer to lawyers on that, so I defer to Craig Black on that. But again, I would speak to, it's a handshake. SF2, residents are fine with that. Altura was fine with not going through Cheltenham. Everyone walks away happy. I hope that we have that same win-win situation at the end of the day today as we had at the end of the P&Z meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Funk.
Michael Ho.
Monica.
Michael Ho.
Oh, Michael.
Good evening. I'm Michael Ho. My wife and I moved to this Greenville, work for the company here. We like the neighborhood, and we bought the house, and we enjoy the quiet and tranquil neighborhood. I live in 1102 Tanglewood Drive, and we see our neighbor walking the neighborhood, like walk around the block. And I can imagine with all these new traffic coming in, going through our quiet neighborhood, it will be depreciating the property value and take away the enjoyment of those who live there. So I support those who come before me to tell you how they feel and express their opinions. And I will present myself and my wife to come to tell you, please reconsider your plan, because people move here, like myself, only a year ago. We like the neighborhood and we don't want to change it to something else. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bill Jordan.
Bill Jordan.
I'm
Bill Jordan, 9807 Hunters Run, been there 22 years. Prior to me moving there, we used to drive up in the neighborhood and walk that area before we ever moved because it was such a safe area to go to. I lived 1 mile south there on Old Mill Road for 30 years before moving to this area. And because it is such a quiet, peaceful neighborhood, and it needs to stay that way. I know some of you know the road, some of you don't. Thank you, Mrs. Washington, for coming out and looking at it. Jerry used to walk at it. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, used to walk that area.
I still do.
And Mr. Thomas is building a home close. So you know the area, but please just do not let it cut through. Just anything you can do would be appreciative. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Janet Jordan.
Janet Jordan.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Janet Jordan. I live at 9807 Hunters Run. And I'm thankful that you are allowing us to speak tonight and tell you how we feel about this matter. And thank you, Ms. Washington, for coming to our neighborhood and checking it out. We appreciate that so much. Greenville is a hometown to many of us, and we love it. And we want it to stay that hometown feeling, but we're not asking that it not grow. We want it to be something that everyone can enjoy, that it grows, that the people who live here are satisfied and happy in their neighborhoods. We'd like for the crime rate to stay low in our neighborhood, and we'd like for it to be that way for the whole city. We want to see growth, but we also don't want to give up that intimate, wonderful neighborhood we have when we don't have to. And we can still have growth. We need your help. You are our neighbors, you're our fellow citizens, and you're people that are our Greenville, our family. We have a family, a Greenville family, and we need to all bind together, not let things just pull us apart. And it can't be about money. It just can't. We don't need that. We need to have these neighborhoods laid out so they're beautiful and wonderful and people can enjoy them. And sometime if you have an opportunity, come walk in our neighborhood. I think you'll find why it's so special. And I just thank you so much for everything. And I ask you to please look into your hearts and do the right thing for us. And just thank you for the time this evening. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan.
Thomas Kindheart.
Thomas.
He's coming.
Thomas.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Kindheart. I live at 111 Trafalgar, or 11103 Trafalgar. So the biggest issue is that, yes, it may have been approval through the Supreme Court, but has there been any engineering studies been done? Because that would be required if there's a proposed increase in the traffic on the road on Old Mill. Any type of egress or ingress, you're gonna have to start considering how much traffic, especially considering the public utilities that have to do work regularly twice a week, because that's the trash company, along with the amount of people that already reside there. So that's all I have to say. I oppose it. And did you have a question?
No, I don't have a question. I wanted to tell you this, what we'll be approving tonight, if it's approved, will be a preliminary plat, and a traffic study will follow what you're suggesting in this area.
Correct, but the traffic study would only affect the immediate area there. And being that Old Mill is 3 blocks away, it's not gonna affect any of the other neighborhoods that are down the road.
I don't do traffic studies, but I can tell you there'll be a preliminary traffic study following, if this is approved tonight.
Correct.
So.
But if there's a
Well,
law.
I could ask Press if he's here to come up, our Public Works Director, to elaborate on that. Sorry. Press, could you come up and address the traffic study issue for us, please?
traffic studies normally go anywhere from 1 to 2 miles outside the impact area to analyze the traffic that would come to and from it. Destination, origin type studies would be done. It's a very involved traffic study that would take place, and that would take care of basically the whole neighborhood area. That whole area would be under consideration in the traffic study.
So
certainly Old Mill would be part of that.
Absolutely.
And it would go from, say, Edgewood to Bethel?
Yes,
perhaps,
that whole
the impact of
area.
that whole area.
That
Okay.
whole area would be in the traffic study.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any further, I interrupted you before your time was finished. Do you have any further
I only have 45
comments?
seconds. So the only thing that I had a question about was why move forward with approval, the preliminary approval, without doing a traffic study?
That's just the way it works. That's the way it works, so that's all I can tell you.
Okay, I oppose it.
Okay, thank you.
Deidre Mead.
Deidre Mead, 414 Division Street, Greenville, Texas, 75401. A few minutes ago, you guys made a short-term decision and approved SF2. That's led us to this forced decision of a preliminary plat. A long-term decision would have been tabling that and studying that more so that this new neighborhood could become more consistent with the existing neighborhood and not enter into it with a road. It sounds like Altura was open to speaking of such things, but you've closed that avenue with a short-term decision. I would also like to remind the council that multifamily zoning was approved for the old Best Western with nary a plan in place. Why is there so much effort for this development? Why? Because it's important. All of Greenville is important. Every decision you make affects the other areas in our town. This due diligence needs to be exercised for every development in this city. I'm opposed to this plat. I'm not for sure legally how we can avoid this now, but we reap what we sow, and a short-term decision was made that's forced us into this corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mead.
David Renshaw.
David Renshaw. Good. Oh.
My name is David Renshaw. I live at 9808 Belmont Place with my wife and 3 children. I've lived in that neighborhood for over 2 decades, and I've had a business here in Greenville for the last 30 years. I moved to Hunters Run because it is a closed neighborhood. Unlike the proposed Forest Ridge, we don't have sidewalks, and we have old blacktop roads. These first 3 pictures are the roads in my neighborhood. We don't want any extra traffic coming through there. Now, over the last 3 or 4 months when we've been trying to work this out, I've heard so many different things from various city representatives. From there won't be any traffic through there to, well, what if we put up a gate and only police and fire could get through there with that? Satisfy the residents? And then we had planning and zoning last week, and Altura goes, we don't need it. We wouldn't mind turning the lots. We're open to it. Y'all are the ones going forward. If y'all deny this tonight, do you think Altura is going to go away? No, they're going to pull out Plat H that's got those 3 lots turned, and everybody would be happy. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted this down unanimously. And you have power as the city council. Deny it. They're not going to go away. But I wish the city would have been forthcoming as to why they really wanted this. It's clear in the development agreement. They're not trying to get traffic out of the new development. It specifically says we're opening up Cheltenham to provide traffic congestion relief from Old Mill Road. And it says if it provides any more traffic going to Old Mill, we're not going to pay the developer. So y'all are wanting to fix your Old Mill problem by running it through our neighborhood on these roads. Why don't you be honest with everybody? I'm against the plat. You should deny it.
Thank you, Mr. Renshaw.
Ron Rogers.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, Ron Rogers, 1109 Whitehall and 9805 Belmont. Quite a crowd out there, isn't it? Thank you for coming, and thank you for your service. This makes it exciting when you have meetings like this. I concur with much of what has already been said by the other speakers, but I want to hit on something that I heard. I gave testimony to P&Z last week, and a couple of people said that it had resonance with some of the P&Z members, and that is the result, let's say the potential for greater crime if Cheltenham is left open. I made a case last week for that, but I was challenged on that by some people. And so I just did a quick Google study. That's about the only kind of research I know how to do. It took me 2 minutes to find a study out of Cambridge, England. They found there were 3 commonalities in areas when you had increased burglaries and petty theft. And 2 of those would affect Hunter's Run if this plat as presented is approved. 1 of them would not. The 3 commonalities in the Cambridge study, 1 were repeat burglaries, people who didn't take care of their stuff, and the burglars would just keep coming back and coming back. That would not affect, because we have responsible homeowners. Number 2, they found the proximity to the offender's home. And could I extend for 1 minute, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Proximity to the offender's home. Last week, I documented Sheriff Terry Jones in a May 11th article in the Herald Banner said that drug trafficking and drug problems are increasing in Hunt County. And most of the drug busts, when I did my Google search of the Herald Banner, are in South Hunt County via Highway 34 up into Greenville. And so the third one is listed, the third commonality is listed as an abundance of access and escape route for the burglar. That is the biggie with opening Cheltenham. Say what you will, there is a potential for increased crime in our neighborhood if Cheltenham is left open. And I just, I hope you will consider that. I hope you will deny this plat. I don't think we're going to get sued by Altura. I think they're a reputable builder. I think we can work this out, and everybody can be happy. Just think of the people out there. You've never had this sort of opposition to anything and I've been coming to city council meetings since 1990, over 30 years. I've never seen anything like this. The people have spoken. I hope you will listen to what they're saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Joan Tice.
I'm sorry, who? Oh, okay. Sorry. I couldn't.
My name's Joan Tice. I live at 10803 Hunters Run. We're kind of newbies. I guess we've only been there about 11 years. If we had been told last week, when no one opposed the SF2 zoning, that the plat was rubber stamped and would have to go through, people would not have gone with the zoning. We would have opposed that. I can't believe that the city council can only rubber stamp what's there. It doesn't make sense to me why have a city council at that point. That's the biggest thing. You know the roads aren't good. You know the old mill is bad. You know we don't have sidewalks. You know crime will increase. So to me, it's a no-brainer. This plat needs to be rejected one way or the other. And I don't understand taking it as a preliminary, and then 6 months later from now, it's going to be rammed down our throats that, no, we've got to pass it. We've got to pass it. It doesn't make sense. If it takes a court case, then it takes a court case. We need to do what's right for the city and not what's right for the builder. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Howard Winans.
Who, Carol?
Howard Winans.
Sue?
Howard Winans.
I can't hear
You had
you.
to go do something.
Okay.
Okay, then
Who's next?
Howard had to go. He had some sort of emergency.
Okay.
then that's it.
Okay, that's all. Then, is there anyone like to speak in favor of this resolution? Did you have anyone that wanted to speak in favor?
Not on this
Okay.
8C.
Okay. Is Mr. Winans back? I'd like to, if he is, we could give him an opportunity to speak.
What they tell us is it's something he had to go home for.
Oh, okay, so he won't be back. Okay.
Appreciate
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll close the public testimony. What is the council's pleasure on item 8D?
I'm going to make a motion to approve the preliminary plat and construct a fire gate on the existing right-of-way at Shelton.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Okay, is there a motion to second? Please vote. And it passes 5-2. Okay. Item 8C, consideration action on a resolution approving the Altrusa Forest Ridge Development Agreement. Daniel Ray.
All right, you have it in front of you.
I don't know if the people in the hall heard what the vote was.
Okay, I will announce the vote on item 8D. The plat passed 5-2.
Can you explain the motion?
And
Can you explain what the motion was?
We can repeat the motion if
That
you'd
would
like
be
us
great,
to.
yeah.
Okay.
Very loud, Terry.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
no, they can't hear you.
I apologize. We're having some problems with our sound system. We don't normally experience this.
I made a motion to approve the preliminary plat and construct a fire gate on the existing right-of-way at Shelton.
Did you say a fire gate?
A fire gate across the road so that people cannot drive through.
Did you hear that out there?
A fire gate like that would be locked.
Yeah.
So it'll limit all access in or out.
Okay. That answer your question, Ron?
That does answer my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 8C, consideration action on resolution approving the Altrusa Forest Ridge Development Agreement. Daniel.
All right, the slightly revised agreement, I think that what we've discussed, you've seen what's in the new revised agreement. There's, if it's approved by the council at the end of construction of the road, of four-lane concrete road from 1570 to Bethel, would give $4.4 million to the developer, which is, the technical name is Oak National Development. In exchange for that, the developer would give us their land for the right-of-way. They would build the entire road and would also do some other things that we've requested, which are also listed in the agreement, including an increased or a square footage of 2,100 square feet, which is not required by the code. And there's also some other things in there related to trees. As we talked about earlier, there's already some tree requirements in the code. This is an addition to that. They're still going to be required to follow what's in the code if this is approved by the council. Overall, when we initially wrote this, that was the $4.4 million was split up in two different ways. Some of it was put on Section 3A and some on 3C. One of them was for the road. The other one was for some of those other requirements. However, the road itself, what the developer would have to build here is going to be close to, if not exceed, that $4.4 million. Now, under the way that the plat is set up, the developer is already required to build that 4.4, or build the road, phase one of Roy Warren, south of 1570, up to the edge of their property. What this development would require is for them without us paying more, if the road costs them more, to build it all the way through. In May, the prices that we received for that section of road, the road that they're going to build for the city, and for the water that will go, the 12-inch main that will go under the street or adjacent to the street, was $3.7 million. That came from, it was $9.929 million for the entire section. That included road, water, and right-of-way. They are doing about 37% of that that is outside the bounds of their property if this agreement is approved. And in May, which May prices are way less than they are right now, that amount by itself would be $3.7 million. The way that this is, can we pull up a map on the screen of the roadway that shows where the roads are compared to the other road that we just approved and paid for right-of-way for? Like, can you show a map of everything from Traders Road down to Bethel?
It's talking about Roy Warren extension from Traders to 1570.
You'd have to talk about Google now.
Yeah.
All right, well, they're pulling that up. What I'm going to show you is what the city just agreed to do a few minutes ago that was not controversial, was to subsidize other housing developments. We're paying $8 million for a road, that Roy Warren, that goes from Traders Road down to 1570. And we just agreed to pay those other developers for the easements and right-of-way. This agreement gives money to the developer, but the great majority of that is for the cost that they're going to incur building a road that the city would otherwise have to pay for completely. That road between Traders Road and 1570 cost $8 million, and that was prices based on, what was it, pressed 5 years ago, 4 years ago?
About a year ago.
I'm talking about the prices that we locked in, that $8 million, three years ago. All right. Yeah. And so if you approve the agreement as written and as amended, yes, you are paying money to the developer. And what you're paying for. If they don't spend every dollar of that $4.4 million on that road, I would be very surprised, especially given the price increases from what they were in May of this year. And the quote that we got was $3.7 million. And if anybody in here is familiar with how governments get treated when they bid things out, we are almost certainly going to have to pay more than that if we do it. And if we do it, we're also going to have to go through a lengthy bid process, which is going to give time for the road costs, the material costs, and labor costs to increase even more. Now, I can't tell you what's going to happen in 4 months, but if they go anything like the last 4 months, they're going to go up dramatically. They may not, because obviously interest rates have gone up. The housing market is cooling down. I don't know how much materials are going to cost, but 4 months ago, when things were a lot cheaper than they are right now, the pro rata cost for yards of material for this area was right at $3.7 million. And so initially, just so everybody else is aware of this has not been, this is not some last minute decision. This has been discussed by the council for a while. We first started talking about this months ago, and back then the road costs were less than they are now. But overall, I think the majority of the council that I talked to, their understanding of this was that the $4.4 million shouldn't have been divided up the way that it was, which was relatively arbitrary. It should have been 4.4 to cover the road. And the way that this is set up, the roads that they're going to build have to be built before they get any of this money.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Daniel Ray from the council? Would anyone from Altura like to come forward and talk about the agreement? Discuss that. I'd like to give you the opportunity if you'd like.
I think that was described well. I think there was confusion before that the amount that the developer was going to pay would be for a smaller road. Since it's a bigger road, it's going to have capacity for both the general public and the residents from the subdivision. Typically, this is how it's approached from a cost sharing standpoint, because the general public's going to be using will have most of the vehicular traffic on that road. So we would request approval.
Okay. Any questions for the developer? There being none, I'll open up public testimony on item 8C. You have
Craig Black.
Okay. Craig Black.
I'm going to try not to turn off the microphone with my papers this time. What I'm going to talk about here mostly, I recognize what Mr. Ray is saying about this agreement being discussed, and I certainly agree that you can't do all city business in front of the public. But I think that a lot of the controversy that we are seeing currently in relationship to this development agreement, with the clarifications and a major change essentially tonight with taking the $1.5 million from one area and moving it into the road, could have been avoided with some greater degree of public discussion of what might be transpiring and how that might work. Now, having said that, I wanted to address something that we've done here as far as both of these items, and that is dealing with it by resolution rather than by ordinance. You note the zoning was done by ordinance. Resolutions, generally speaking, historically have been stating a position or policy of the city. We are against domestic violence. We are for world peace. Doing this by resolution appears to the public, at least, to be an attempt to avoid the possibility of a referendum vote, because the city charter under section 100 provides for the citizens to present a petition within 6 months to have a referendum vote on any ordinance that's passed. But the case law seems to show now, and I'll say this very quickly, I realize my time is short. The case law seems to show now that where cities are using ordinances and resolutions interchangeably, then arguably a section that says ordinances might be read by a court to mean ordinances and resolutions when you are treating a resolution as the same thing as an ordinance, essentially. I don't know where this will go tonight, but I do want to stress to everyone that the option of a referendum vote of the public citywide is still out there on the table for the folks to consider after having seen the application of the fire gate. Because again, and I appreciate the indulgence here, but I'm at an end. Again, once more, if Altura wanted that road, then the road needs to be open. If the development,
Mr. Black, we're talking about the development agreement.
The
We've
development
already approved the plat.
Yes, sir. And the develop agreement specifically says that that the road purpose for the road is to relieve congestion off of Old Mill Road. That's in the development agreement. And if it's in the development agreement and it's a locked gate, then your development agreement has a massive problem. Thank you.
Henry Black.
Henry Black. Thank you, Mr. Black.
Thank you, sir. That's actually y'all's.
Yes. Don't want to speak? Thank you much. Thank you very much. Okay.
Richard Carter.
Richard Carter.
Real quickly, Richard Carter, 9810 Belmont Place, been there about 25 years. My opposition to the development agreement was really the connectivity and not so much the development of the road to Bethel. That seems to make sense to me. However, what doesn't make sense is if you have a connected road to Bethel, why do you need a connection to Cheltenham? There's no purpose for that. So I would recommend that y'all, if you decide to accept this development agreement, that you put an amendment to it to shut down the connection to Cheltenham, which you just approved. I think you can do that. And I think if we'd done this issue first and not second, then that would have made a lot more sense from my perspective, since I don't have any knowledge of this development agreement. But appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Bonnie Dooley.
Bonnie Dooley.
Okay. Thank you again. I was to say that we own a couple of homes here in Greenville that were rent homes that we flipped this year. We got tired of renters. The profits were really nice. It will be this way for Altura. They're going to be rolling in the dough if people keep moving to Texas and keep buying houses. And they're going to, according to all reports. We would hate to give Altura an income tax problem by overburdening them with these dollars. On the other hand, our city has many areas of blight that need to be addressed, and especially in Mid-Greenville and North Greenville. Also, perhaps we could use some of these dollars to fix the roads in the Hunters Run neighborhood. They're bad. I tripped in a pothole. My finger went backwards. Rich Carter was there. He can attest. It was pretty gross. You could see the bone and the tendons. We need our roads fixed. By the way, I have one of the largest oak trees in Greenville in my backyard. So if we're giving money for trees, I'm going to sign up for my money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Timothy Dooley.
Tim Dooley.
Tim Dooley again, 9809 Hunters Run. I think the lack of what we perceived as maybe transparency with this agreement and only having less than 3 days really to even try to read it and understand it, I think that's where some of this problem with this has occurred, because I don't think anybody has really had much time to look at it and discern what exactly the money was going for. We thought half of it was going for trees. Now it's not. It's going for the road. So we're not really sure about what's going on with this. So as taxpayers, it only would make sense to really understand where this money's coming from and what's it going for. And if it's going for the road, 100%, whatever. But I think the lack of understanding, it appears that there's a lack of transparency. And I know that that's not y'all's intent whatsoever. But just from a casual observer, that's kind of the way it looks. So anyway, thank y'all for your time.
Thank you.
Dave Dryling.
Dave Dryling.
Dave Dryling, 1016 Dryling Lane, Greenville. The problem I had was with the split of the 2.9 million and the 1.5 million. I figured the 2.9 was probably for the extension from Altura on down to Bethel for building that road. But it's only described in the document as being in phase 2. It's not explained anywhere that I've found. The 1.5 million for trees and extending the size of the house and everything else did not make any sense, and that part should go out. Given what you've said at this point, I'm not sure how this council can approve the existing development document since it's already written in there that $1.5 million goes basically for trees and houses, and you're going to give them $6,000 per house. I think that it needs to be completely rewritten so that you've got a clean document that matches what the city attorney says, rather than saying, well, we'll correct it later. Before you approve it, get it written the way that it's supposed to be. We're all victims of government saying, well, we'll fix it later. No, let's fix it and then vote on it and get it to the right numbers. I don't have a problem with extending and providing money to extend it beyond Altura on down, but if Altura said they were going to build the road down to that point, then the only thing the city should be paying for is from Altura on down to Bethel. If that's the intent and that's the amount, I think that's what should be approved. But I recommend that you postpone voting on this until you get the documentation to match what the city intends to do. Thank you very much.
Do you want to comment on that?
Well, yeah, just to answer what Mayor Dryling was saying, that the document that I handed out earlier that takes out all the language that he was talking about, that's the amendment that's before. So I took out that entire section C that talks about the $1.5 million in the trees.
Right. So the contract has been amended?
Yes.
I mean, it will be, what we vote on will be the amended.
Will be the amended version. Yeah.
But that's not what was in the packet that says this is what we're going to review tonight.
Yes.
So I'm asking that you correct it or at least put the amendment in so that the people can see it.
That happens almost every single council meeting.
That happens almost every meeting, Mayor. That happens almost every meeting, so. Yeah, even when you were mayor.
Wouldn't the amended agreement be in the minutes?
Yeah, it will be.
No, but it'll be public, for public,
Be public view.
once we get everything signed.
Where would it be viewable? Where would the contract be
They can just
viewable?
email me, we'll send it to them.
Public information request.
Okay. You have a,
Laura Funk.
Laura Funk.
Hello again. All right. Yes. So I agree, details matter. With this last minute, again, change of the document that we have here that you're supposed to be voting on as representatives of the people is entirely incorrect. Well, not entirely, but significantly incorrect here. So I can't imagine how you could possibly vote on it when there are these big changes in it. I think a lot of the people in the hallway we were just kind of flabbergasted that the city was committing $1.5 million of taxpayer money to a private corporation that was building homes to sell for profit. And it was to bring these homes up to size. They're actually smaller then I sent you all spreadsheets, right? There are only 2 homes of the 372, I think, in the area that are SF2 size. There are 43 that are in between SF2 and SF1, and all the rest of them are SF1. So why the city, even though they have ordinances to mandate certain sizes, they're feeling compelled to give taxpayer money to a developer who's going to make money on selling a bigger house with a big tree? You know, that doesn't make sense to any of us. The new information that this is all for the road, it's like this thing needs to be presented accurately and properly. We just don't feel, well, I don't feel that this is being done in an accurate manner, and those details are important when we're talking about $4.5 million. I mean, goodness. So I hope that you will, I guess, table it, deny it, whatever, get it accurate, and then come back again and vote on it again. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Funk.
Jerome Fruget.
Jerome? Jerome in the audience still? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. I just want to make this real quick and simple. I'm opposed to this 100%. Y'all put out there $1.5 million for trees. How can you make a simple mistake like that? It's real simple. You're hiding something, or y'all didn't know what y'all was doing. You know? It's make it right. Put it out there so that we can see what y'all are actually going to do. That's it.
Thank you.
Nick Funk.
Who, Carol?
Nick Funk.
Okay, Nick Funk.
Evening again. Nick Funk, 9805 Hunters Run. And I want to commend all of you for your reading skills. The amount of things, when I got 251 pages on a Friday afternoon to vote on something on Tuesday, was pretty significant. And I know that you also have gotten a number of emails from people, including myself. You already know where I'm coming from on this. And I'm concerned. And I spoke about trust earlier, and I have not seen trust, anything that I would be moving towards in that. This was not discussed in the least in the planning and zoning. Maybe that's okay. But when I see 4 million come out, 4.4 million come out on a Friday afternoon for a Tuesday vote, that's very disturbing for me. That's a lot of money. And it's not the city's money. The city has no money. This is all taxpayers' money. This is my money. It's entrusted to you for the good of the community. And my trust is shaken. It's no longer just an issue for my neighborhood. Many of the people out there are not from the Hunters Run area, though a majority are. $4 million can do a lot for our community. I can think of a lot of good things. Upgrading of roads has been discussed. Food banks, schools, the women's shelter. Our law enforcement could use some more money. It could go a long way to revitalizing downtown. Developers work for a profit. And if the development requires subsidies, then it's not operating on a good business plan. I would ask you to oppose this.
Thank you, Mr. Funk.
Michael Ho.
Who, Carol? Okay. Michael?
So I support those who come before me, and I ask you to table your plan and rethink it And so I hope you will be helping us, the citizen, the taxpayer, and not the corporation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bill Jordan.
Bill Jordan.
I think pretty much everything's been said of what we do not think. Whatever you guys are doing is right for the people. It's not your money. It's not the city's money. I pay a heck of a lot of taxes to live in Hunters Run, more than I should have to. And there's just not, it's not right. I don't know how you, like Nick said, I don't know how y'all could have read that document that thick in the short period of time you had it and read what's in it. There's no way that taxpayers in Greenville should have to support a corporation as big as Altera. They already got a lot of homes in Greenville, nice homes. But why should we pay them our tax dollars? And y'all pay taxes too. You live in Greenville, you're going to pay them too. But I don't have money, a fixed income. I didn't come from a lot of money. Maybe some of you guys did. But don't use the tax dollars to pay a corporation to do their job. They're going to make money anyway. They always do. Then they'll be gone. And they're in the Dallas area anyways, where they're from. But it's not your money. It's not Greenville's money. It's our money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Janet Jordan.
Janet Jordan.
Janet Jordan, 9807 Hunters Run. The two of you who voted against this, I thank you very much. The rest of you, I'm so disappointed. You have not taken our wishes into account. We voted for you to represent us, but it
Ms.
looks
Jordan,
like
you need to focus on the development agreement, not how we voted on the plat. I'm sorry.
okay.
I'm sorry, but you do. I mean, it's just the rule that we have here.
Okay, I get it. By the way, I am mad now. You asked me at the planning and zoning meeting if I was upset with you, and I said no, it was a difference of opinion. But I am angry now because I do not feel that we have been heard. I do not feel this has been transparent. I do not feel that the taxpayers of this town have had an opportunity to look at these things, and I don't think it's been open. So there's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Kindheart. Deidre Mead.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
No, I called somebody else, but he didn't
Oh,
show up.
okay. Deidre Mead, 414 Division. I'm on somebody else's time. Thank you for the explanation. I think that went a long way to explaining what this agreement is. I would still ask you to table it and maybe make the general public more aware of exactly what it is. I would like to ask, what are the impact fees for this development? And how much of the 4.4 million will come from those impact fees? Communication is clearly an issue. I would like for you to indulge me for a few minutes in a lessons learned. Please, in the future, transcribe all the meetings. All of us that got up and spoke, have someone transcribe from the video into an official document so there's a history. Part of the problem is people hear this and they hear that and they hear that, and then when you say, well, I was at this meeting and this is what was said, they go, oh, I didn't know that. Transcription would help with that. This is a charter thing. Give another look at a second reading rule for our city to allow more time for the public to review complex issues. I have brought up a second reading rule for 15 years. I've been shot down at all opportunities. We need one. City business does not have to run fast enough. We couldn't have a second reading rule. Encourage citizen involvement through a public outreach program. Again, I encourage all of these concerned citizens to become more involved. Collaborate with the city with a what is good for a quality Greenville. People care, but they need to know that they can make a difference, and they need to know how. That difference would be good long-term planning that we adhere to and we do not waver from. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mead.
David Renshaw.
David Renshaw.
David Renshaw, 9808 Belmont Place, and I'm like all these people out in the hall, these citizens, taxpayers, registered voters. I'm opposed to the Altura Development Agreement. Our taxes are too high. Our school district needs more money. That's going to raise our taxes even more. Inflation's killing everybody, and you shouldn't give Altura, a private corporation, or any developer, any of our citizens' tax dollars for any reason at all. Not now, not ever. $4.4 million. If the proceeds from the sale of their homes won't pay to put in their subdivision, maybe they should abandon their plan. Sounds like a very bad business model to rely on the public to fund your business. This is not a good use of the tax dollars that each and every one of you have been charged and entrusted with. I want you to think about the neighborhood you live in. I want you to think about areas of Greenville that you think need improvement. And I want to ask each and every one of you a question. Tonight, if I gave each of you $4.4 million and told you you could spend it on any project within the city limits of Greenville that you wanted to spend it on, is there anybody here that would give it to Altura?
Thank you, Mr. Renshaw. Mr. Rogers.
Ron Rogers, 1109 Whitehall, 9805 Belmont. I concur with what Mr. Renshaw said. Jerry and I have had conversations numerous times about giving subsidies to private corporations, and I know he's in the majority on that, and I'm in the minority. I know it's what I would call an honest person would call a necessary evil, just what I would call an evil. But it's the system we've got, and I think it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. That said, I think you've heard from a number of people, Mr. and Mrs. Funk both, Mr. Dooley, a number of people. This is a mess. It's a mess. This was released on Friday. Here it is Tuesday. You're proposing to vote on something that has been changed. At the very least, you should table this until the next meeting. Let everybody in Greenville see this thing and have time to study it. Don't vote on it tonight. Or if you do, vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Smith. Scott Smith.
Scott Smith, trying to remember my address, 10611 Old Mill Road. Yeah, hadn't been there long enough. I'm familiar with the neighborhood and under discussion, quite familiar with it. My concern with it was the traffic coming from the new development through their neighborhood to Old Mill, which is, don't do anything with it. Just leave it like it is. It's a raceway, even as it is. People ought to have to pay for shocks and tires and such as that. Let them go. However, Mr. Mayor, I would like to direct the city attorney to clean up this document. I understand more now listening to the conversations and comments than I did before. I was opposed to giving tax money. But if we can make a deal for the city, and Mr. Altura, man, will go along with it. Build the road out to Bethel. Get it in contract. Just build it. We're going to build it anyway. And if we build it 10 years from now, it's going to cost 10 times as much as it's going to today. I get that. I have been to more city council meetings than most of y'all put together. And this happens quite often. I urge you strongly, clean the document up, table the vote, let people have a better understanding and kind of perhaps even explain it. This is how the city is going to benefit by using Altura's dollars. If we give them $4.4 million, whatever, for road, and it costs them $5.4 million, cost of doing business. If you want to put a figure in there so that they can't exceed this amount, or we'll pick up the dime, that needs to be in a new agreement. And these, I've been listening to these folks for a good long while, and they're just in the dark. They don't quite understand. And we need to understand. Now, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. We need to understand. I've lived here longer than most of you have lived here. I've paid taxes here longer than most of you have lived here. So I know tax dollars is necessary evil. Spend them wisely. Let my children and these folks' children benefit from your solid decision on matters like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joan Tice. Joan Tice.
Joan?
Tice.
Okay.
And then Howard Winans. Did Howard
Howard's
come
gone.
back?
No, I don't think he was coming back.
And then Terry Driggers.
Okay. Jerry Driggers.
Terry Driggers, 3005 Wesley, 1596 County Road 3128, and I'm going to be the Lone Ranger. I appreciate you guys even attempting to invest in this city. I, for one, think GBOD gives away more money than it should. That's Terry's opinion. We need upper scale in this town. I want to say to you, Daniel Ray, Harold Curtis and Bob Scott both would give you a better boy because you know the law, and you presented the law tonight. And I want to stand here and just tell you, dude, you did a good job. And you take a lot of fear out. You can take a lot of fear away from these people for what you did and your knowledge. Guys, we hadn't even discussed the rollback taxes that Altura is paying on their projects. When they buy this land and it goes from ag to development, they're paying a rollback tax. To us, Hunt County, there's some of that money we're looking for. The tax base that we need in this town, as a tax agent, I did over 3,000 protests, and a bunch of my clients sat right out here. How do we get to it? We get to it with upper end. You want the HEB? You want the new schools? You better get some big rooftops, and you better get some high-dollar houses. I commend Mr. Ellis for what he sold. He's done a great job selling houses. We need the upper end, the upper scale. We need things to happen. We don't have the money. So to go out here, and I don't mean this to even sound selfish, $4 million, guys, ain't crap in the scheme of things of what these guys are doing. Any developer, even Mr. Ellis, okay? Larry would tell you $4 million ain't crap in putting in a development. I know he knows that. You know, so we're not giving away the farm, guys. We're investing in the farm. We're investing for those bigger rooftops. I'm not going to sit here and argue roads with you or entrances. I'm going to tell you it's time that we see a council other than the Board of Development. We see a council putting money into our city, trying to get our tax rates down. Did you guys not lower the tax rate?
Yes, we did.
Yes, you did. Would it not be easier if you had millions and millions and more dollars? Yes, it would. But trust me, $4 million is a drop in the bucket to what these guys are out investing. And let me say this, because I do know Kevin Webb. I'm not in this project, nothing. But I know Altura has put back into Greenville, Texas. I saw just a few weeks ago. Maybe they're not front page doing what they're doing. But don't for 1 minute think these guys ain't putting back into our town, because I can tell you they are. Because a guy that runs around raising money for charities and different things like I do, I can tell you checks come for these guys. Okay? They're just not wanting to get in the paper on it, okay? But I can tell you firsthand that I've held them. I've seen them. I've made some of those calls when I knew these guys were in town. So they're giving back. Whatever. You guys get the point. I think you're business people. And again, Daniel, you did an amazing job tonight.
Thank you, Terry Griggers. Okay, are there anybody?
That's it.
And was that all of them? Okay, I'm going to close the public testimony. No, not if you don't have a, no. No, we don't recognize anybody that doesn't submit a card. I'm sorry. Too late. Okay, what is it? We'll close the public testimony. What is the pleasure of the council?
I'm not super opposed to, I mean, I think it's important that we approve the agreement.
I do too.
But I'm not opposed to postponing it. I don't think we have to be in a huge hurry.
I also think we have what we want as far as the agreement. It's clean here, but it's not clean for them. And transparency is what we've heard echoed nonstop tonight. So I'm also in agreement with tabling it so that the public.
Don't make Carol mad, it'll be postponing.
Postponing it, sorry. I'm new.
He's new.
I'm new. I'm sorry. I'm speaking. TJ Goss. Am I on camera? I'm also new. They don't have a camera for me yet. Right. But I was just echoing that I'm also in favor of postponing for transparency.
I mean, the agreement really has one paragraph of modification in it, right?
No, there's a paragraph with these sentences spread throughout.
There's a. Is it on? Tests. Okay. There's the things that we discussed in executive session. There's a couple of additional whereases that Section 3 C, I believe, was removed and replaced and added to Section A, and there's a couple of cleaned up items through there. But if that postponing is up to the council, and y'all can. I mean, the rules say you can postpone one meeting unless you want to postpone more than that, which takes a majority of the council. But that's up to you guys.
So what is the pleasure of the council?
So if I made a motion, I can say I make a motion to postpone this until we clean up the verbiage in the document, until the next meeting. For the next meeting.
You need to, list a specific date. You can say the next meeting or 2 meetings from now, whenever you want. It needs to be very specific, though, under the way our rules are written.
For the next meeting?
Mm-hmm. The next meeting's October the 11th, right?
Yes, October the 11th.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, so I make a motion that we, October the 11th, yes. So I make a motion that we would postpone so we can clear the document until the October the 11th meeting.
Second.
Please vote. Okay.
And then, but can we clarify, that document will probably not be available until late Thursday or Friday, before the meeting? Friday before the meeting, yeah. Okay. Can we please be quiet in the hallway? We still have a meeting going on.
Thank you. Okay, item 8E, consideration and action on a resolution recognizes the Greenville Municipal Police Association and its sole and exclusive meet and confer agent for police officers. Daniel?
All right. There's where's the speaker? Well, it's not doing it right now. Okay, what you have in front of you is a choice to make about whether or not to name the Municipal Police Association as the group that you're going to negotiate police contract terms with. Under Texas Civil Service Law, we are required to follow certain rules, even a lot of rules that don't make sense. And in this situation, one of the rules that the police officers here hope to change is to increase the hiring age for new officers from 45 to 55 through the in order to do that, they're required to file a petition, which they have done, filed that with the city manager, and discuss it with our outside HR attorney. 44 out of 46 officers signed that petition. The petition is just asking that the council approve GMPA as the sole group that the city will then negotiate those contract terms with. Your choices tonight, you have three of them. You can either approve GMPA as the sole negotiator for the police department through the civil service. You can submit that question to the voters, or you can also submit hold on. Let me find my notes real quick. I want to make sure I get these exactly correct. You can order a certification election that would also do the same thing. Basically, name GMPA as the sole negotiator for the police contract. Or you can cause the entire issue that they're asking for to be put on the ballot. The fastest and easiest way to do this, because I think we're all looking, I think everybody agrees that this is a good idea to increase the size of the hiring pool, is to go ahead and name GMPA as the sole negotiator. Once that happens, if you do that, whether you do it or whether the voters do it next May, because that's when the election would happen, then the city would appoint a bargaining group to work with them. They would both work together. The GMPA and the bargaining group would come back with proposals. And then the council, after GMPA has an anonymous vote to see if they approve of those changes, then that comes back to the council for subsequent approval. So there's a multi-step process. They're trying to get this done very quickly because we have 12 open officer positions. Is that right? 12, I think, right now. And as the city grows, those problems are going to be bigger and bigger. The thinking behind this is that most of the civil service jobs, especially to our west, have a 20-year retirement date. And there's many officers that leave Dallas County and the city of Dallas when they are at their 20 years, but they're 45 plus. And if you're one day over 45, you can't test, you can't become a police officer here in Greenville. There's no variance procedure the way that it's set up right now. And so we're cutting out experienced officers who would come in as an entry-level position. So it's up to you how you want to do this, either set it for an election or just go ahead and approve GMPA as the sole negotiator.
Okay. Are there any questions for Daniel? If there are no questions, is there I'll open this up for public testimony. Would anyone like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this item 8E? There being no one, what is the pleasure of the council?
I make a motion, excuse me, for the GMPA to be the sole agent.
Okay.
I second.
And a second. Please vote. passes unanimously. The city secretary to read the consent calendar, please.
City Council meeting minutes from September 13th. Ordinance authorizing a TMRS COLA. Ordinance amending Chapter 4 Animals of the Code Book. Ordinance authorizing additional payment to Rangeline. Ordinance authorizing release retainage for the $50 billion Bond Street project. Resolution readopting guidelines for reinvestment zones. Resolution authorizing the annual contract for aluminum sulfate. Resolution authorizing an increase in the annual contract for this fiscal year for ammonia. Resolutions authorizing annual contracts for ammonia, caustic soda, liquid chlorine, polymer, street sign materials, water and sewer supplies. We'd like to postpone O for water sewer connections. And then resolution authorizing the replacement of 4 HVAC units and 1 at the facilities maintenance.
Okay, I'll open this item up for public testimony. Anyone like to speak either in favor of or opposed to this item? Being no one, I'll close public testimony. What is the pleasure of the council regarding these issues on the consent calendar?
I have a question about O. Why are we postponing O?
We had some numbers incorrect, or in the vendor, and they didn't show up right in the packet.
Yeah, all the vendors didn't show up properly in the packet, and so we need to get that straightened out. And the vendor was named wrongly in the deal,
And
so
it's not
we're
an
just gonna
urgent
clean it up
matter.
and put it on the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not till October 1, so
Okay.
we're fine.
Is there a motion regarding this issue,
I
these
make a
issues?
motion to accept.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Please vote. It passes unanimously. City staff, city council reports, August monthly financials.
No worries. Should be that one, yeah. Yeah, it's that blue one. All right. So we'll be going over the August financial report. At this point, we are 92% through the year. A review of our general funds, they're just under 27 million for the revenues, or 96% of our expected collections. Our expenses are just above 29 million, which is 91% of budgeted expectations. So again, if we're 92% through the year at this point, we're pretty good on both of those. Our largest revenue, again, kind of the story the same the past 2 months, of our biggest source being our sales tax numbers, which surpassed our property tax numbers in the revenue pool. Then for our expenses, our biggest expenses are public safety at 55%, and then non-departmental at 18%. This is a review of our sales tax year-to-date year-to-date through August. Our sales tax collections are up 1.57 million, or 17% compared to this same time last year. That chart there just shows kind of the historical, what we've been collecting August since 2011. Our sales tax target for this year's budget was 9.1 million. We've collected 9.6, so we're about $500,000 to the good with one more month left to collect. So it's really good sales tax numbers. This is the current period collections. It was $994,702, an increase of 12.2% compared to August of last year. And just as a reminder, these were collected in June, reported in July to the state, and then we received our allocation here in August. This is just that historical net payment received by the city. Just increases every year, which is good. Same thing we've seen every other month. This is a review of the water and sewer revenues. In total, our water and sewer fund revenues through August were 15.6 million, or 96% of budgeted expectations. And again, 92% through the year. We're doing well on that. And then that just breaks it out between water, wastewater, as well as our other fees, charges, and services compared to last year. And then last is the review of our hotel motel occupancy taxes. In August, it came in at 91,000, which was an increase of 33% compared to last year. If you remember the last 2 months, we actually saw a decrease, and now it's that blue spike. So I don't know if there was something going on in town in August, but I think that was our highest month looking back historically, like the past 4 months. So doing really well there as well. And then just kind of an update for if anyone has any questions. We've been going back and forth with Muni Services, who we pay for our sales tax data, and we figured out a way where we think we can report on the categories on a quarterly basis. We're waiting to hear back if we can get monthly, but if not, on this next presentation, I should have a new slide in here for us to at least look at it quarterly, and then I hope to have it be able to update you monthly on it. So if there's anything else y'all ever want to see in there or have any questions, just let me know. Thank y'all.
Any questions? No? Summer, would you give us a monthly status report, please?
First one's going to give you Waste Connections. Unfortunately, August was quite a bit higher, and if you look at the chart there, it was a lot higher than it was last August, and any first complaints were a lot higher, second complaints a little bit higher than the last couple of months. So that's a little bit higher. We can go to the next one. Utility cuts, we did about the same, so that's about averaged out for the month of August compared to August 21. Potholes, a little bit lower, not much, but still kind of in the same range there. Street sweeping, this included 25 miles there. There's a little bit more. We did a lot more come September. If you'll note, I made the downtown area is swept on a weekly basis. I don't know if anybody's noticed that a little bit more, so we've changed that here in the last couple months as well. Mode areas, here's all the different mode areas that Public Works takes care of, and this is just between August and September. We do it on the 15th, so those were all mowed 100%. And then we'll go to the line of sight for vehicles, for intersections cleared, obviously. The weeds got a little bit higher, so there was a little bit more to mow there, so they mowed that a little bit more on a consistent basis as far as intersections go. And then signs replaced, we're about at the same, 35 as opposed to 40. So just consistently trying to replace those signs so they look better, the faded ones and those kind of things. And then we're still kind of at the same place we were with the raw water line. Press and his guys are still working on it and still constantly calling those vendors and seeing if we can get, but no really update since the last month. So no substantial changes on that slide. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Yeah, I'm curious about the Waste Connections complaints. What happened there?
I have no idea.
Any idea what the nature of the complaints was?
The majority, if I had to guess, in the month of August were just missed pickups more than anything. I don't remember a lot of toter complaints, just really missed pickups. They'd either miss them, they'd call, they'd come the next day, or they'd miss it and they'd call it on their next service day. So really the majority of them, thinking back on, probably looking at the spreadsheet, probably missed pickups is going to be the biggest complaint. So I haven't spoken to him to see if it's any kind of labor issue or anything like that. They haven't expressed that to me or anything in that sense. So I don't know. I can't pinpoint at this point. So I think I don't know from this point if September will be much better, just because the volume of emails that I am included on has not gone down. So I would imagine it's probably going to be about the similar. So I can't.
Just 3 out of 4 of my pickups.
Right, exactly. And I could probably name 15 other people off the top of my head that I get those same complaints. So yeah.
I don't know what we do. We have another 11 months, 10, let's see, we have 12 months.
12 months, correct. September of 23 is when our contract.
Diminishing leverage.
Correct.
I don't know how our citizens can bear up under this. I don't know what we can do. It's not like we haven't been having conversations with them, right?
No, we have had conversations with them. So I guess we can increase those conversations from our standpoint.
Punitive clauses in the agreement.
I would feel more comfortable discussing that legal issue in the executive session. There's a very specific plan.
Why don't we schedule that?
Okay, we can certainly do that.
Are there any other questions?
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 11, City Council discussion of proposed agenda items. Are there any items the City Council would like to bring up at this time? If not, you have before you boards and commission minutes for the Library Advisory Board, Greenville Board of Development, and Library Board, 2 Library Advisory Board meetings actually for July and August. And there are no items on remaining for executive session tonight, so this meeting of the city council is adjourned. Thank you very much for your attendance. Want me to do it?
Sure. You did it on the end, you gotta do it on the out.